Hey, hey, hey. It's time for more Great Ace Attorney! Yes. We finished the first of the 2 games a couple of weeks back. And now it's time to seal the deal. Does it continue into the next game if I go here? No. So I suppose we'll select our adventure. And we'll go with the Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. So yeah. Last time Susato-san was sent back, or went back I guess, to Japan. Because her father was ill or something. But we stayed behind, and what will happen next? Let's find out right now! Too bright. Too bright! That might be back in Japan. Yep, yep. Oh, right. After you beat the games, you unlock alternative outfits for a lot of the main characters. And I put those on and forgot that was a thing. She's supposed to be wearing her usual outfit, but hey. Oh, me? Nippana, she says. Oh yeah, totally. Cut to him and he's losing it over bananas or something. Is that supposed to be Kazuma's grave? I find myself faced with another awful crime. Masks, and wait, we know that face, don't we? Isn't she from the very first case? Uh-huh. Ta-da! Oh no. She's the victim! Bit of an Iris and maybe even Holmes-inspired outfit for her. So yeah, I did remember that. In one of the cases in the second game, she would be the attorney. And I thought it was the first because it makes sense to reintroduce, right, the mechanics and stuff. But I don't remember how the case goes. 8:26 AM, not human hours. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 3. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves to find a way to compose myself. Hey, Dad. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. I don't remember what voice I had given him before. Yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotama, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University, and he's healthy apparently, so why the fuck did I come back? A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking that you are to be my lawyer in court today? Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Rei Membami. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Oh. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. Another smart one. And sadly she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that... You look so gallant and dashing. Uh-huh. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Ho 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 ho. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. I thought she was aware, but hey, I guess she isn't. Wahahaha. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotaba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? Confused feelings. That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, and that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yuma University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. That's too early. That's time to go to bed, not wake up. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Because you can't be a lawyer as a woman, I guess. Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. Just ain't fair. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. So that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato. It goes to such lengths for me. And she's falling in love all over again. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. Yeah. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Exactly, that's the main reason she should be allowed. Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Why not? Oh, I'm sorry, it's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. Or Ray's just gay like that. Or both. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Look at how perceptive she is. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? No, I think you're the murderer, and that's why I'm going to bungle this trial on purpose. I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is.
Perfectly clean.
Uh-huh.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer.
As we've learned last game.
That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside!
I wonder if she also has some martial arts skills by her pose that she was doing a couple times, similar to Susato.
I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surpassed your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. Well, you know, Naruto also managed, so...
There was simply no other way, that's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. Maybe tell me? It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, father. I'm Susato Mikotaba, a judicial assistant.
Let's see her in her cross-dress already.
8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law in a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan.
That's his alternative outfit. Also more homesy, I guess. More techy.
How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruto-san.
I'm sure it'll be fine. We're probably just facing Aochi again and he won't know what to do. Sure looks like him, yep. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Wait, that's not the right outfit. Maybe, wait, hold on. Can I change to the regular stuff so that it doesn't... shit. Hold on, let's see if we can get that fixed. Hold on. So these were my original playthroughs from 2021. This is what we did a bit ago. So let's save here, I guess. And then... here, maybe? No... Okay, let's go back to the title we just saved. Because we do gotta see the correct outfit for that at least, right? Didn't realize that would it would go over even situational outfits. Taylor. I don't know if anybody else has anything like that, so I'm gonna keep them on, and I might turn hers on as well later on. Just, you know, to mix things up a bit. Or maybe I should turn them all off. Let's at least, you know, get a look at them all. I intentionally have not hovered over homes. Okay. Now let's see this. Aha! Look at this masculine form. So dashing. Defense Council, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. I made the voices too similar.
Ready?
Ah yes, Council. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct?
Sorry?
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this very little adventure. Oh, so she didn't come up with it. That would have been cuter. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the very first name that sprung to my mind. Well, Council?
Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean... Yes, I'm Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruto clan.
But the Naruto clan? Ouchie would know about that, he probably remembers. Especially after Kazuma gave that speech about how the Ouchie clan will never measure up to the Naruto clan or something like that. Ah! It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
His cousin.
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's eminent lawyers.
Any of them.
Very convincing.
Tut, what a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys.
Who?
I won't have you making fun of her.
Who? Her?
Oh, please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. Was it with flying colors? For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, Counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Without the big jacket, she looks even less masculine.
Alright, it's time to prove myself.
Hey, same mannerism.
Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you would state the name of the victim.
Ew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. Unless you did.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under these circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. Yes, the answers will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
Sadly, I can't seem to open it. Yet. That's right. Just use R to open the court record. Then you need to flip it around. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. That's where the information will be.
Now I can do it. Post-mortem report. They don't have autopsies. Still. Bungling idiots of a backwater nation!
What? What came over me?
Time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. Giselle Brett. British female. 11th of August. 2 p.m.
Ascertained by examination and witness statements.
Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung from behind. That's important. And resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
It's Ouchie, but not for this case. We stab him.
Yuji Mikuruba? No. Giselle Bru.
Hi.
Very believable male.
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman's student persona was the face-off.
A killer. But did we get something new here, no? But then in that case, this doesn't say anything about that, does it? Like, we know she's a killer because of the previous game, but I don't see anything in the court record that says that. Let's see again. Victim? I mean, she is the victim, but that's not what we're trying to say here.
Ascertain
single Oh wait, people. There we go, right, I forgot. The victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student, 9 months ago she was found guilty of the murder of visiting Professor Dr. John Wilson. Ouchie, member mia. A Schmiller. She murked the guy.
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Watson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Wait, who's saying that now? I thought it was Mikotoba talking. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. Who's this obviously guilty bozo? A student of the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruto. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. Never heard of that. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. Like over the Yangtze River, for example. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Auchi.
This is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. Look at that sand castle. Looks more like a sand cave. On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. That kanji on that hut, on its like door, let's call it, means rest or like, you know, break. But not as in restroom, you know, not a toilet. At least I don't think so. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Yeah. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, remember me. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. Oh, what motive? The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. How did they know about any of that? Who saw that? Who's claiming things?
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... What? Oh, said about... ... Bathing spot, being alone together, powerful motive. Well... kind of all of them. I'd say this the most, then this, then this. So I'm gonna save, because that's a cool pro move that us pros in the business make. All the time. Oh, she's not giving weak
bench slaps.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut tut tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Remember me, son, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. I guess because she might have worked with Watson. So she wanted revenge.
Yes, I am. I am working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Watson.
Dr. Watson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. So what? The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Watson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Watson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Don't go too far.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred.
You didn't have to say it quite like that.
Oh no, Ray. Be careful what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense.
Being shmshmown together. How can that be when, nobody would have seen it then?
Remember me, son? Yes, what is it, sir? No, I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ruta or Susato.
Yeah, might have been better.
Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place? And why you were alone with her? Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters.
I wonder if that's a guy we know, that we know.
I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
No. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. This is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution,
Yep, the bathing spout.
If I may, Prosecutor Aochi.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot?
Ha, my apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Right. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
Yeah. For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day.
Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Lane, don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. And yet it did. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was the young student girl who did it, not I.
I'm not so sure about that.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
What can he do?
He's literally never won a case. He almost did one time, but only because there was a trap. And we weren't directly... whatever. Play Ace Attorney 3 if you want to find out. I believe we all have a clearer picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Great. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty?
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. So what's, obviously what's with the pen? The feathers, I guess, would be from her own swan hat thing. There's a bottle. She's got multiple masks in her suitcase, which is kind of funny. Stuff on the table.
As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
But it's also just a straw hut, so it wouldn't have been too hard to enter or exit in more violent ways, which probably would have left clues, but still. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
So let me check it out. I want to see it.
I was hoping it would be a photo that we can also rotate, but there's the stab wound, there's the bottle, some ice and shit. Dressed into her bag. Is there something in the bag that we just kind of can't see, or am I seeing ghosts? Wait, said something about clearly visible. Photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. As I understand, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who? The detective, maybe, and then some other people. Other people who are lying!
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective.
Our friend Hosonaga.
I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
I think there will be a lot of doubt. Very well then, counsel, bring forth your witnesses.
Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Mm-hmm. Ah, Yunosuke Naruto. What? Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name, I will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have yet to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh, shit. We're not going to hear the line about their clans. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution? Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchy growth. Right. Do you see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my own? It's quite something, yeah. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see where's the hope exactly? Yeah. I said silence! Owned. Today I face another Yoko student in the Naruto clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Dad. Good this guy be. Oh, and that guy. Oh, interesting. Witnesses, please state your names and occupation for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Sonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Yeah, nobody would suspect a thing. Cool turtle, though. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out. The satirical I Am a Cat and as a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Who's that guy? What's with that ink on his thing? I guess that's just a typical thing, but he's using a pen, so why would that be a thing? I'm sure he won't be part of the trial at all. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. I mean, hey, this shows that he's still alive, despite all the Reaper business. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? And so does the other one. But I guess he knows us from another time, but still he knows us. If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it begins. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. Yeah, he's gained some confidence. And as far as Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Wearing your glasses for one, though they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness it hasn't recognized me either. Oh, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? Wait, I had his voice, but now I don't have it anymore. I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why in an Imperial Police Bureau a detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
They would never.
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me.
Let's check it out.
Cat. But that didn't Wagahai was left behind in Britain, right? So that's gotta be a different cat. Unless there's multiple Wagahai. Okay, wow, bikes. Jitenja. Something G. Anyway. They're having a good time. What's with that tear though? Is that normal? Looks more like a, a broken mirror or something.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. Under your laboratory, jeez. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector. That turtle dog. Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so are you really? Yeah, totally are. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now.
How unsightly, I do apologize. Does that mean
you went to the beach too, Father?
No, unfortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course. It meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly, racked by remorse and regret.
Why is he licking the pencil? This guy's crazy.
Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am.
Oh, Soseki-san.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
Caterwaul?
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
What?
I saw blood on the table. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
You know, you both should know that that's not true.
Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you here, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Maybe that reporter guy who clearly has ink on his hand and is treating his pen like a fountain pen. Maybe he knows something about that. And given the state of this photo, and the thing that the victim is holding, there might be more involvement to this guy than I first thought. Once again, I don't remember. I'm just making guesses. I'm just making educated guesses here.
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Remember me.
Come on, that's a coincidence.
The initials of the defendant.
Ah, no! Damn, she's acting just like him.
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
Yeah, give me that. Somebody with an actual brain needs to examine this thing. I can't actually investigate it. Dang. Hopefully later. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Aochi of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruto-san.
Naruto? That means... Oh, yes, me.
Is there another Naruto in my courtroom?
There actually isn't on. Actually, there isn't even a single Naruto in your courtroom. That's what I just said. She's just like me.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do.
But you're gonna let me press though, right?
You will.
But you're also gonna let me save.
And you're gonna let me have a sip.
Sure, let's just press, because why not?
Magda! In that jaunty disguise?
Correct.
Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested.
Okay.
Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job.
Didn't you clear the area of the crowd, though? Where'd you go? All I see is a turtle. Wow, they have a turtle on the stand. That's crazy. Maybe not the craziest witness we've had, but a pretty crazy one. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only my turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. Yeah, he's very cute. He should get what he wants. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. He's dying. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Perhaps not. Crab? Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kya! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Wow. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. This area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. Yeah. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut and at a run. What crab? Or in more literary terms, I just decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. Right. That's definitely a very famous author way of saying that. Wait, by pair you don't mean to say... But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I meant the victim and the defendant, Rei Mimbami-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. Wait, whom did she think he meant? What other pair? Huh? I guess Soseki and the victim? I don't know. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court about how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norn curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Menacingly? That turtle's head bobbed in a way that makes me think maybe it's not alive. Maybe it's just a prop. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. Oh, actually, speaking of cracking glasses, that might be another hint, huh? This crack here might be from the camera that took the photo. And maybe the photo was taken by the same guy that also had the pen. And then we can somehow all bring that all together in a way that makes sense later. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? Ah, you'd like a literary man's opinion? Yeah, that's exactly what we said. Stabbed wildly. I think we could probably present here already, but the next statement is probably better for that, but so. Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Ah, indeed. The terrible... Wait, okay, I can't see cracks on that camera, sadly. But maybe they're still there somehow. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Right. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh, no. No. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly as a Japanese man as you.
I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. Wrong voice. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe. Twitchy twitch.
Ah, so do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described?
That's the good old Natsume that we know.
No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial.
Okay. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend in what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward.
It's fine, this guy has a more clear statement. To destroy. But first we'll press it.
So she was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that?
Very simply, from the blood on the table. There's no blood on the table. I guess we have two areas of attack then, huh? There's no blood on the table. And we know that she was only stabbed once.
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point.
Huh.
In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly.
I mean, yeah, I guess that fits with, could have lived a couple of minutes or something.
Yes, right. I saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
The logic of your argument is sound, at least.
Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly?
Damn.
Damn.
That's just my personal opinion, of course. That's a heavy blow. You're killing him, Susato-san. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness.
Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head.
I mean, obviously we know what to do, so I don't want to hear any hints from you, game.
It's all I can do to stand here wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
Well, they're probably not lying, but there's something wrong. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even. I wouldn't call some of those lies in those cases, but hey.
Ah, a delusion.
What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one way to do that. One sure way.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can... So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified the witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with And the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Aha. Yes, alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember, so those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start.
I mean, we kinda don't. But I'm gonna take a sip after we've reached the statement again. There we go. Oops, sorry. So I'm gonna save just in case we're supposed to present on the previous statement, even though I think both should probably be fine. I just think this one is more because he's clearly saying stabbed multiple times. And Soseki is being a little more vague about it. That was a very similar scene rather, with the actual Ryunosuke in the first game, wasn't there?
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruto-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What is the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? So what, where, when, how?
Not you, Sasaki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me.
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. She's got her book. No, didn't she leave that book with us? I guess that was a different one.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Ah.
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san?
Me?
You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once, therefore there's no way there could have been blood on the knife. It was that single stabbing on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
Unless there's another body somewhere.
Ah, true.
Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us what isn't obvious?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systemically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right, there were certain similarities, and one of those similarities is gonna be that we win this case. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair. Who has.
Slander, my head is quite adequately addressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Ah. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ah. Nice conjecture again, bro.
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade,
then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Because she's a medical person, and she wanted to help. Maybe.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does Father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could
stab her again, save her life. Probably.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
How about we ask Mr. Mikuroba, medical master, to see if that makes sense? Maybe it doesn't.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify.
In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Why is everyone acting like it was so bad?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
So pulling it out would have just made her bleed out, I guess. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. And yeah, she probably did, and that's why she, with her medical knowledge, ascertained that she could. Or something. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Watson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
But she is kind of a doctor.
Oh, I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Yeah, everyone, that's very common for people.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
Maybe we can ask her. I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
No. Susato.
Yes?
Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your client and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
There won't be any issues. Ramata is so cute.
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem.
But what if you did it while thinking?
Does that mean if you used due care and attention it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really. But the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur.
In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade.
But she is a medic.
Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ah.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is?
Clearly, the defendant, Ray Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense.
Wow.
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotowa?
I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly.
Yeah, why do you say that? Come on. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Wow.
Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Yeah, tell him. Tell the stupid man.
Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Can't believe Ryutaro is such a fucking sexist. Don't really see a good reason of pressing that, but hey.
Whatever the motive is, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Not the strongest arguments here out of Ryutaro. And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please.
Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san.
But wait, did she even know? I guess she did know that. We heard from herself that she knew that, I think.
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Watson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual.
Dr. Wilson has no time for outdated traditions. Oh, Dr. Watson, I mean. Had no time. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. What a good guy.
Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew what withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten that, rather than would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in great detail too. Greater.
Ah.
I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record? It's an idea, certainly. What should I do?
I know what to do.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-san and Naruto-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with that.
By the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
So can we finally actually look at the pen and stuff? Yes.
The RM and initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I wonder how common that actually is. Like people having a chance to, write names in blood, hold something to point to a victim, to a killer and all that. I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
If we take off the pen's lid...
Whoops. Can look at that part, but not the actual metal part.
Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Oh.
This sucker's empty. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
I don't think that helps with what we're currently doing, but, you know, that's going to be important later, probably.
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But isn't a Yume University one?
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. Maybe, I don't know, a newspaper or something? But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. That could be more helpful here. Okay, we'll look at this and see the emblem of the... Oh, hey, now we can look at it like that, too.
Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, isn't it, Father?
Not what I was clicking on, but hey.
It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
No, I died. Can I find the emblem of the newspaper here? I'm not seeing it. But let's look at that backside.
This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory.
Even more poison.
From Yume's medical research? Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen.
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard of any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have claimed this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me.
Oh.
And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on 11th August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils. Contraction of pupils, where have we heard that before? Prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Still can't turn around this photo or anything. Well, I guess that's all we can really examine right now.
So let's check what they have to say and see if we can now find a contradiction or something.
Maybe, you know, she wanted to check for poison or something, but it still seemed kind of weird. Did have a motive. I don't know, maybe this was a poison, but honestly I'm not seeing anything super obvious. That's kind of surprising to me. Let me check the record again. Maybe there's another part to look at here. Wait, no. Just now it looked like there was something left unchecked. But maybe that was just loading in still. No. Did I miss anything here? I don't think so. Extreme meiosis. I guess I'll try this, but doesn't seem too compelling to me right now. Poison. I guess that's it. No, there's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. You're not one to talk. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yumi unit. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. How can you be so sure? But... Prosecutor Ouchi, you will let the defense speak. Yeah. Fuck you, Ouchi. But a newspaper article? The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency? Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... deadly in tiny quantities, I guess. Or, I mean, it's done from the laboratory also. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Let me say. I mean, you know, it was stolen from the laboratory, which means she knew about it. But... let's go with that. The poison was apparently stolen from a medical research laboratory at Yumi University. Yes, it would seem so. Calling the defendant's department's security practices into question. The very department of the professor standing so nonchalantly beside me, I believe. Beside you, I wouldn't call it that, but... Ah. Ryuto? Oh, yes, father. Was there some reason you felt it necessary to highlight the fact that theft occurred in my department? Sadly, yes. How can I explain it? It was the first detail that I cast my eye over, I suppose. I suggest you read the article again carefully. I'm so sorry. Oh dear, father's fuming. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the... Okay, well, I guess at least we're not getting penalized. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, see if it had said that in there instead of quantities, I would have instantly picked it. Whatever. It's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it will explain why the defendant Membami-san would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. But how would she have guessed that that would be the case? Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What? Would that mean that she has seen the actual stabbing, or maybe she saw the poison somewhere on the scene? This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. Yeah, but it's a post-mortem report, not an autopsy, so we know how it goes. They're not very accurate. The word poison appears nowhere in the document, and it didn't in the case 9 months ago either. Check and mate, bitch. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking... Oh. Not quite right either. Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. You. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. Nuh-uh. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive, but then it would have been too late. But instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Maybe she saw the eyes, of course, too, right? Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly.
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words.
Yeah.
But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from a place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
The second page of this thing.
Could I?
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads: extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. We didn't even have to point out which page. Ah. Clearly, being a Yoko with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well... Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you Yoko detective? Spilling the truth. Because that's what he does. In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely... Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Auchi, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. You. Yokel student and yokel professor!
Who's the yokel here? I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. Eugene Mikuroba.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
It pains me to have to admit it.
But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father.
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. Boom. Shut the fuck up.
That's totally unfair.
Is that our accused? Yes, it is.
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray.
Remember, me son, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Maybe that reporter called specifically Mikotoba away, so he could steal that poison. I don't know how he would have known about it. But you know, maybe he was just looking to steal anything, or get any kind of information, any juicy tidbits. And so it just kind of happened that he stumbled upon it. Who knows?
Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief?
You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
I guess that could also be. Mr. Zerbret.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I knew it was you who stole the poison.
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor.
Well, sheesh.
That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear.
I mean, you know, the straw walls, you could, you know, throw a knife through there, or if you have some kind of extended stick or something and break it off or something, you could stab her and then break the stick off, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. There are many ways.
The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. And the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade?
Yes. If that amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't tell us about that. That would have been helpful. But hey, that means we just got to deduce some stuff. That's fun too. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Member-me-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. They always say that, and they're always wrong.
What's the prosecution counsel up to?
I just realized it actually says Ryutaro up there.
It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. Hey, look at that crack in the photo. But you've brought this on yourself. Yeah, okay, that's the footage of her pulling it out. And also proof that there was a large enough gap to do some business through from behind.
What the?
Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. What, that could just be her pulling it out. Also in this shot she looks a lot like Maya. And hey, you know, Maya being accused of a crime she didn't commit, I think it can't be a coincidence. The evidence, more than any other, this evidence rather, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. I don't know why this is supposed to be more damning than what we saw before. For it shows the precise moment that Member-me-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, it doesn't.
No, that's not true, no.
Given what we established, why would this photo make anybody think, oh yes, now I'm convinced? Oh, we don't have it yet. When the statement we got and the conclusion we reached was that she pulled it out, why would this be any different?
I don't believe it.
I seriously don't get why this is being treated like a big deal. Order, order, order. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'd show you who's slow to mature.
Yeah, fuck him up. Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. Crack. No crack. What?
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely at lost for words.
But it doesn't tell us anything new.
Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Hey. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important.
Yeah. The main thing he has done is give us an area to attack. Because I really don't see how that photo by itself shows anything. But that crack and the angle, though.
Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I am afraid I can't do that. Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Well, I can point to somebody. Goodness.
Are we to understand, then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor.
Blabbering. He says that.
What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
Yeah, where she pulled out the knife. Great.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound.
Yeah.
Clearly, this isn't the moment of that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying that claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court.
I really don't think so.
If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Just let me point to the newspaper photo. Oh no.
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. It was, if what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces.
And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aochi in the court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, Counsel?
Your Excellency? The burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer.
Well, I mean, okay, I have a thing to point to, but I don't know the person's name, but I know they're in this courtroom, and their occupation. I'm gonna say I have an answer, but it could be one of those trick things where I'm supposed to say, oh, I don't know, but I know how to find them. But we'll go with the first. With the easier, I guess, with the less convoluted thing first.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly.
But as you so boldly claim that you can, please enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present the name.
Okay.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could...
Shut your fucking mouth for once, asshole.
I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photograph's identity.
What? Very well then, Counsel. I present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
This thing. This here, right here. I'm going to present this here, right here. Right now.
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all?
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. Here. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens.
Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, perhaps, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like? A very white tree?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph, every time I do, it makes me stab a bitch. Bitch.
And then she stabs Aochi. Good gracious.
Dun dun dun. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, that tells us nothing. Aha, yes, it's the shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographs is a result of a camera defect.
Some tree branches, actually. Ouchie was right all along.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. What, with the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
The newspaper? Ah!
Wait, sorry, I kind of blanked. What did you just say? History. There must be hundreds of such camera devices. Utterly impossible to identify. Right, okay. That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What? Or the photographer who was responsible for taking the photo and not necessarily the author, but hey. Many more. Okay. I see why you were called a Raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's many memo. I tell you, many memo. Me, mo.
And that's the first time he wasn't showing up behind you to take snapshots. Soseki-san? What was that? Did you say mini memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move.
Shoyu. I guess it depends on how it's spelled, but shoyu usually means salt.
A reporter by the name of Raiten Minimemo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Ah, now that he mentions it. Yeah. Could that reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Minimemo.
Oh, nice reference.
So you're saying that this picture was taken by... By Minimemo, yes. My lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to a courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Many memo.
Okay.
That probably makes more sense in Japanese. Though I don't know his Japanese name. Probably not the same? Who knows? To be continued.
And continue with her right now.
I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin.
Yeah.
Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I had important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me.
But you didn't kill anybody.
Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me on the floor. Throw me to the floor.
It's similar to what Susato herself said to Naruto at one time.
No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets.
I'm no better, you know.
Oh?
Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you.
Susato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no, no, no.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home.
Good thing those guys standing guard at the door aren't snitches, by the way, about Susato's identity. Or they're just not very good listeners.
Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray, yes, can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray.
Cute.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only people in the hut at the time?
That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day,
I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw as true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the plate by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it.
Oh, I see. That's why the academy was, pulled in for assistance. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though just in case. I have at least one spot that I would try to identify. That ink splotch on the reporter's hand. Because I think he carried the poison in the fountain pen. Or maybe just used it on the fountain pen. Maybe both. Because I guess if people think the pen is related to the accused, then that's not going to help. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swam in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work and that substance here there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. Ah. So then Soseki-san knew about the poison? Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This mini-memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. But apparently he was. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. Yes, that must be what happened.
Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once.
It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove that what really happened that day. Let's do it.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Aochi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? He seems happy, so maybe there was no poison found. And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Mr. Zeilred's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it, but not your own. Armed with a reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. But somehow the victim's body still had some weird effects that are similar to the poison, so something must have happened. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. No. The accused took out the knife because she thought there was poison, because she had a good reason to believe that. Those things are still true. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Well, well, well. I think we might have seen how it entered the victim's body just now. That pen-licking gesture. Maybe she was prone to doing that too. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Write in many memo at the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journal.
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print by the next morning.
Look at that! Look at that emblem there on the thing. Isn't that kind of familiar? Weird. Weird.
They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Right. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Many memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Damn. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, has he?
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's stream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuya Aochi. It's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defendant lawyer's heart.
Nobody cares. No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism.
Mini-memoism?
Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right. That was me. Mini-memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Show You News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases, just because she happened to be a British citizen.
Ouch.
It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Sheesh.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Huh. Well, anyway. I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going to on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story, so I could hammer her in the press.
Sounds kinky.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish. Through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
You know, I'm kind of glad that we don't have the what are they called? The shit, what are they called? There's the judge, and then there's those fucking guys. You know, the guys. Fuck, what the fuck? You know, the ones that are always in London causing trouble for us. And I'm glad they're not here. I have to remember this word. I can't let this go. It's like on the tip of my tongue. It's like in the most frontal lobe of my brain. I don't know if that means anything. The jurors. There we go. I think so. The jury. Jurors, yeah.
Thank you, Minimomo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You would state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Britt's death. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through.
So you're a peep?
The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
That seems like what actually happened.
Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman onto the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
How would she have done that if she was, if they were facing each other?
My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to flick. I pulled apart the rough weave of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Instead of helping? Read screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly through that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's minimoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime.
Do we, though?
The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter.
Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Many things, probably.
Also, I think I haven't examined some of these pieces of evidence yet. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
It's a Germanic language. It's like there's similarities. Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Right, it's poison. Can't look at anything else. Alright. Ship him, bim. It doesn't look like it was like attached to a stick or something and then broken off. But it's also very possible, by the way, I had this thought a bit ago, that the position that we see the chair in, I guess I'd have to look at the chair again. Let's hold the thought. Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? Eh. I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
Whoop, guess there just isn't much to examine. Oh no, actually, yeah, the chair is so close to the fucking wall. I was thinking, oh, maybe somebody moved the chair afterwards to make it appear like it's not that close to the wall. But it's just right there. So I totally could have stabbed her through this thing. Jeez, doesn't even require a stick or a throwing or anything. You bumbling excuse of a murderer. Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
Please. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman?
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge?
Yeah. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside was that hut was a scoop, nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even a memoism, it's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Yeah. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? I'm not sure it is. To the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's all what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging like my journo spirit.
And the argument you mentioned? What was that about exactly?
You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her any more, there would have been 8 eggs. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. I don't know if I like that description actually, so maybe we should just stop writing altogether. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
You really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Yeah.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me.
Which it was the climatic moment that I caught on film.
Was it now? So, do you swear, before this court, that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Very close to where you were standing.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat on the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. Is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. Wow, evil, huh? By the kanji. For culprit, there's just like crime or, so, makes sense. The one on the left, I think, is like it could be used for like kareshi or kare or kanojo. So it's kind of like just that person or something, like, kind of a descriptor of somebody, I guess. But not, it doesn't mean human. But yeah, her, I guess. If it was written in English, it would probably just be her or something. Or like person. But maybe it's actually maybe it only looks a lot like that and actually just means victim. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know all the kanji. Jeez. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. So you're saying it was self-defense, but that's still a lie. What you've described as a grim scene and grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. But sugarcoat lies.
By the way, Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of Memo-ism. Nihilism, I would like to call it. Let me correct that. And I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Whoop, I didn't mean to press that, I didn't even read it. I wanted to open the court record and check the new evidence. Oh well. Let's do that now. We would have pressed that statement anyway. Okay, nothing fancy here. And then I'll check the exact thing he said again. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. Okay. Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes?
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Memo-ism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, in those instances, Memo-ism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
I wouldn't be so sure. Oh, was that the last statement? He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. I think I know what to present, but you know. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, we didn't get to... wait, we pressed this? Did we press this?
I guess it jumped the edit statement to the last one, and then jumped to that one.
I think we didn't press this, so let's
Resume pressing before we, you know,
present anything. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that.
Oh wait, okay, we've seen that. That is the one we just pressed. Sorry.
Sorry.
Well, that's a bit of a waste of time. Okay. Maybe we'll press this too. I don't know, let's just fucking present. I don't even know anymore.
It's fine.
You were never in there. But then why was she holding your pen? Can I present this now? Let's try. Looks like we can. Menimimo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu noose on my arm. In a way, that's more Menimemo-ism.
Sadly, though, it seems that journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Menimemo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ah.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you'd look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there.
Right, his also RM, obviously. Don't think I needed to point that out.
RM.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, remember me.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM?
No.
Raiten Menimemo, RM.
That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of Menimemo-ism is being a pencil user.
Is it though? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung.
Menimemo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News would stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
Oh, and yet it was used as evidence against our client. But that's not all. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue in this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Oh. There's some sort of emblem here. Look, wait, I don't need to read it, I need to present it.
Present.
Kokora. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Minimomo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Haha. Well, Minimomo-san, how do you respond?
No. Order, order. Explain yourself, witness. Ha ha ha. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
Uh-huh. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we minimalists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but... on one condition.
I don't think you have the pull here. Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
What? What?
Minimalism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something?
He would never.
I mean, I don't think he did anything bad, but...
he's certainly prone to... cases of bad luck, maybe?
Being in the wrong place at the wrong time?
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witness coming running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Minimalism demands I reveal it now.
Okay, and what was it?
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness?
Ah, well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
Are you fine?
That's, true, yes.
He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
Does it now? This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? Well.
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it.
Withering English rose.
But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Very curious.
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case with Dr. John H. Watson, in which Dr. John H. Watson lost his life?
That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoirism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant. I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With not one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Phew, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there.
Right. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem fit to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
Right. Being stabbed and stuff. That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any memoirist will tell you that. Many memoirists. Let them think you've left, then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
Right, that's very legal, probably. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young Yoko student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. No, that evidence actually helped us. Actually, it's thanks to the photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
Exactly. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
Of course you don't. I'm sure. Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it.
And so Seki-san remained behind in the hut?
That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over, from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. How would you see? I guess he would be facing in your direction, so that you could see that, I guess.
What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars, they'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amina Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely.
No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
What did he ask? What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer-man?
Ugh!
Out with it, you Yoka hack. Could you stop calling him that and everybody anything, honestly? Could you just stop talking forever? What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Right. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help.
That seems like a really odd situation, doesn't it? Like, you see that scene, corpse on the ground, well, not actually quite yet dead corpse though, but like body on the ground, bleeding,
other person standing there with a knife. Apparently, both of them assumed the woman, the girl with a knife, was the murderer. But the policeman sprints off? That seems weird. That seems weird. Oh well.
And then just a moment later I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
And where was Ray at the time? Actually? Was she still there? Right, she didn't run off, so...
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't. She said nothing in response. But...
Yeah? She pointed behind her, and that's where Ray was, but in reality that's where the real killer was. Behind Ray. When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked, and of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will. I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied.
But you must have done something, if according to what we've heard. So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labelled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me. Because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese.
I don't know about that.
Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer-san? Mr. Writer-man?
Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
And that was?
She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Which was behind her, like I was saying.
Bada boom, bada bing. Case closed. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when asked, who did this to you?
That's kind of a funny big hand.
The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point at a trembling finger in the back of the hut, at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
But who else was there? And we have proof of that position too.
No.
So, Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. What, did he say fiddlestickusu in Japanese?
Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere to the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why?
Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
Iggyari. No.
The headline's rewriting itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we were able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. But we do.
Well, I guess the poisoning is still a little bit up in the air, but, you know. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. Yeah, like 3 times. Yeah. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray?
Oh, I sure wonder when that's crazy. How could that possibly be?
Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. Yes, we do.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. Everybody thinks we're hot, at least.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did they stab the victim?
I know how. To save the game, but I also know how. Boom.
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime?
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction. Fantasy.
A final fantasy, you say?
Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Like here. Can I check the
what record to get a better?
I guess more like to the side. And hard to say, really.
I hope that just accepts it when I put it like here.
Naruto-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruto now. In a way. The true culprit was who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
What?
Order, order, order!
But student lawyer Naruto-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
Actually, doesn't that name ring any bells for you?
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap.
Wow, what a coincidence, and weird of you to bring up, honestly, that exact fact.
But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that they could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Oh, is that what you think? Actually, Prosecutor Aochi, there's a way.
Ah,
And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that this is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing. You're
the defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
These. Yeah. Well, I've presented it now. But I haven't the first idea why I chose this. Well, what? Yes, I do.
Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed?
It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency. What the fuck are you talking about? How is that not the piece? What? I think the word you were looking for, Counsel, was downfall.
If your theory is correct and the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut, there should be a visible trace somewhere.
A trace? Yes, on the hut itself. And with that idea, I must look through the court record again. Fuck you!
No, seriously. Like, I guess they want to point out this, and they're like, yeah, there's a thing here too. But how the fuck is this not at least as good? What the fuck? I'm actually mad because I didn't save. Fuck you. Actually, like, that is actually stupid.
Your Excellency, the defender...
Here. The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
I really think the photo I pointed out is even better. But here you go. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Ah,
And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in Minimimo-san, it could only have been you.
No!
Stop it with your ease. This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not?
Yeah, she stood up and fell. That's what everybody saw.
Are we to assume, as part of this partial scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, of course not.
We're not.
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut I confronted Miss Brett.
A stool.
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was...
killed whilst sitting on that stool. by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Ah. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Mem Bami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. And he has a motive too, because, he hates how she got away because he thinks the court system is weak and all that. He's got reasons. But maybe that's not the only reason. By a silence, Minimomo-san? I take it that you don't deny the charge? This is absurd. I mean, we haven't really proven anything yet. We've just established a good theory.
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant Membami-san is innocent of the crime.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna keep standing there doing nothing. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Aochi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude.
Yeah, nobody's surprised.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
Yeah, the poison. What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are the sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
Ah.
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her body. Wow, you did it, Ouchie. You're such a good prosecutor. How refreshing to hear the arguments of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back and who with whose blade. No, I think attempted murder would still be pretty bad. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. But that can't be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Can be another.
Forgotten already, have we, Yoko? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side has assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim has no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be the headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well... Nuh-uh.
Order, order, order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beachhead. The poison could have been slipped into either. By the way, we never explained why Hosonaga saw blood on the table. Is that never going to come up?
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
And somebody could have had the chance to put poison into her drink at a very specific time before. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. The last person. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned a woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim? You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a giorno, and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. Sure. And I'm not about to start now, because that's minimalism.
For a brief moment I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again.
No, it's just another step into finding the actual truth.
Just where's this trial going to take us?
Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. I don't know about that. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So at least he is actually admitting to the stabbing.
So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described?
That you are the one
who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen?
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Great. So it's definitely attempted murder. You are aware that even if the actual cause of death was something else, that is still a terrible crime? As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Marie again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. Not exactly. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. Unless that's how he wanted to have an alibi, which is stupid because, as I said, attempted murder. But also, maybe he needed to shut her up before she said anything else. You know, couldn't wait for the poison to kick in. Or something. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now?
I better hope not. Like, even if we don't establish that he also did the poisoning, he better not get away.
Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruto-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward into the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Complete innocence. Can I just real quick go to an idol meeting? Because I've been needing to go. And it's urgent, so BRB. There we are. Back in action again.
Cool. So, you admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Bird, then?
Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation.
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed a murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions, then?
whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That English woman was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Are we really just going to pretend like if she did indeed poison him, that he is completely free of any guilt? Is that really how we're playing this? Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all.
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. I think. I'm guessing betting a lot of people actually do that. I've never actually worn braces, I think. But it's probably not that uncommon. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, Yoko. Who knows, you may even learn something here today.
Right.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning.
Sometimes I wish it did. That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness? Again?
What goat are you referring to? I don't know about any goats on the crime scene. This is crucial new evidence. Where is the goat? Did the goat know about poison? Is it a venomous goat? Very important questions. What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Woodson.
All of a sudden it's about that and not the poison?
Yes, John H. Watson, a professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the English woman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. There's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Is it her herself speaking up? I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray.
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
If we could prove that she asked her about the poison, then that makes it pretty obvious that she didn't have the poison. But I don't know if we could prove that. I doubt anybody was making recordings. But he himself earlier testified to that being the case. And maybe in his notes, which he trusts so much supposedly, maybe it says that. Maybe we can look at that. Return to the dock at once, member Mason. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Yeah, man, he literally stabbed the victim. The victim.
Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten bag, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom.
Right, that's his worst crime for sure. Dude, what is fucking Soseki-san doing?
What is he doing? Let's just not think about it.
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. If we're entertaining the other attempted murderer's remarks, then I think it's only fair if we hear the other one. The not yet proven, by the way, accused. Never proven. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency... This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. Let's make it funny. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
The judges always have our back. In a way.
It was nothing to do with Dr. Watson. We were discussing the stone poison. Yeah. The stone poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Watson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotaba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched up from top to tail.
The spread rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
You didn't do anything wrong.
To find out that if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers. And said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah yes, Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stone from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Well,
Memo-san?
As a journal, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Menomemoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
So if that was the discussion, then clearly she wouldn't have been the one to poison her.
So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't matter. It doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your former testimony. Okay, what is he going to conjure up now? The point is, if you poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. I don't think I have anything to present at the moment, but still. Saving here, you know. But I guess let's check our shit again. I guess, you know. Well, you know, if it became known that she died by the poison. Right, I guess maybe because Ray said something about the military and all that being involved. He wanted to hide the fact that she died by a poison. And so he stabbed her. Hoping it wouldn't be found out that it was the poison or something. I don't know. But for now, let's just press it.
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. I mean, yeah, why would he even try the poison if he didn't think it would work? Although it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Okay. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet this man then processed to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Minimomo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have... on the face of it, logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
So where did that get updated?
Article about the porter minimum was based on information. Wait, this one?
It's been created as strict secrecy and is only in front of the laboratory. Wasn't the fact that it's like a military thing somewhere? Where does it say that? Deadly poison secretly developed by the... I guess this, huh? Don't feel too confident about it. Okay.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What? What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course you did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Where are you going with this, Counsel?
Minimomo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Ah. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into that, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minimomo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of this toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Member-mi-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, write in many memo.
I only just now clicked that write-in is supposed to be like writing, you know, writing. Anyway.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable.
Nothing about the military involvement. Oh well, that's fine.
As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, didn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Oh, wow. You can't just say counterspell, you know, that's not how it works.
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope.
Damn.
Lost hope?
Didn't have to go after the jugular there. Boom. Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai.
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is up.
I don't need a counter-argument.
What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. You admitted to the stabbing. But I don't see a counter-argument don't need a counter-argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence?
No, the evidence is right where I need it. It's on the fountain pen. And maybe on your hand.
Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all there in the many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for, in the power of the printed word. So you would have notes of what was actually being said in the hut. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin, no? Indeed. How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? See, I write in mini-memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
I think you had a chance, like I described much earlier. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it, and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country pumpkin? Man, everybody's got the hots for us.
My point is this. There's one way that you, Mini-Mimo-san, could have stolen the potion that day.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Can I point to this and then this, or do I go for, like, just the fact that he was there, or...
Well, for sure first we should save.
And then I'll have some water.
What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison?
I feel like I should point to this and then this rather than this first, but it could also be this. I'm gonna go for this first. The music didn't stop. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Okay, that looks good though.
Ah, a fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah, I swear by weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Sure.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupçon, I don't know, of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in their barrel, into which the ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah.
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word, can this really be?
Well, Mini-Mimo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Garg.
I mean, we haven't proven anything yet.
More absurdity. That never happened.
But we can prove it soon. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, that sounds stupid. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mini-Mimo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting...
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing but his pen, nothing in his pen? Maybe he just wrote so much during that short day that he just ran out. No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps?
Damn, he's armed and dangerous.
I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve.
Ah! Oh no. Cute little duck.
You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again.
It looks as though it's going to take one fine decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Minimimo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Well,
With that extra line in there, it's very obvious what we're going to do. We're going to take this knife and stab everyone. This knife and stab everyone. I feel like I said that weird. Anyway.
Oops, I accidentally chose the chemical reagent. Counsel, what is that bottle?
You want to have a drink? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent. Right, that's not poison. You know, remember earlier when I said, oh no, that's not medicine, that's poison. That's not right either. Anyway, this bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Minimimo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat.
She's going to fuck him up.
Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah.
Whoa, he's going hog wild.
This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold this civilized nation, but with something I took up arms in the form of a mighty pen, path of justice, righteousness, many. Fuck him up.
Susato, with me.
Well,
I'm here.
yeah.
Beautiful. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Haha. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present
When I saw it there in the lab, poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Minimum-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the English woman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you just call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see, you're our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. She has 2 separate drinks, by the way. And not one of them is water.
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up.
Many such cases in the series where people feel like they have to take justice into their own hands. I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you thought?
Mm-hmm. There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman? The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
Oh. What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened. The editor just tore the article up. Rather, you know what happened?
It came under pressure from the government, you mean?
In our government, if our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Minimimo-san, that you also, were about to let an innocent girl get punished for your thing. That you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Bread.
Mm-hmm. What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
Yeah. I suppose.
Yeah.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruto.
Oh, Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. Very manly.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruto Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new area of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts?
Oh, he's about to end it all. Prosecutor Aochi? I, Taketsuchi Aochi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a fellow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shame, any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame.
Just gonna lop off that bit of hair.
I will end it all now with this blade. For this is the true path to Aochiism.
Okay.
Aochiism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Nobody's even pretending to try to stop him.
Sprig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
You can't do it. You don't have to.
But honestly, it kind of looks shitty, so you're better off without it.
That song is so good. Everyone in reverence of what they just saw.
Especially the turtle. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
Yay. Cherry blossoms. Beautiful.
Court is adjourned.
Clonk. We did it. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. He's got a thing on his shoulder. I didn't even notice that mouse. Lawyers have such a great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruto-san?
No, it's easy.
Susato. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. Hey man.
The only time a lawyer is allowed to cry is when it's all over, or something. What was it?
The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryutaro Naruto, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something.
Damn, she just invited herself to a date? That's a good tactic, actually.
Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Wasn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
It's rather cute. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruto.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba for now. So, I'll never see him again, then? What a terrible shame.
What? Hey, it's you two.
What is happening?
Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Don't tell anybody, haha. Susato Mikotoba.
I don't... So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were a locum student Naruto Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney.
She said the thing. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that he, the unwitting student from Japan, found himself embroiled in. But after Naruto-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less.
Yeah, that's an amazing design. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you though, Inspector.
Well, I'm a professional, of course.
Yeah, I can never tell who he is before he says that he is himself. His disguises are just too convincing.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
Womp womp.
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Yeah, I guess we won't know the motive.
Ah yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis. Arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Watson. What? Dr. Watson? I just can't believe that's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
Mm-hmm.
Though she has a nice, like, surrogate father or something.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Yeah, you weren't actually sick, were you?
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't.
Ah, let me go.
Whoa. You gonna tell us one last final important piece of news?
Many Memo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you?
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
Kazuma? What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, that he'll never... Yo.
Judge's got hands.
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
Can I check the thing that he said? And that he'll never... I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw had arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku.
Jigoku means hell.
And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato?
Did you know all along, from the start of the trial?
Ha 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 ha. A judge sees everything, Susato.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. How nice. So, Seishiro, shall we?
Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha. It was pretty good. The timing was maybe a little bad.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? about Dr. Watson. And now, it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course. Soseki-san, what is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
Huh? This I have to hear.
Please, Soseki-san.
Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruto-san Esquire stepped in. After he has secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then, the particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Holmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious and unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
I truly don't remember what this is about.
Stop it.
Oh, well, we are time looping back to the start of the case.
かの英国留学生の事件は決着がついたのでございます。
More or less.
大師院に立ってほんの少し分かったような気がいたしました。なるほど様が異国の法廷で何に立ち向かっているのかを。今日はもう一つお知らせしたいことがあって筆を取りました。夏目漱石様がおっしゃった二つ目の事件。
That we were all involved in.
語りませんが、あの事件にはどうやら大きな謎を解く重要な鍵が眠っているようでございます。あの事件の記録はお部屋の棚の左隅に残しておきました。よろしければ振り返ってみてはいかがでしょうか。
Okay.
日本はいよいよ夏の盛り。今日も抜けるような青空でございます。なるほど様、もう一度。
I was just about to say, when are you gonna come back?
すさと。
Well, well, well. Great setup case, I'd say. Kind of, ending the... Well, mostly ending the story of Giselle Brett, but opening up, reopening maybe, many other parts. And what a fantastic way to end today's proceedings. First case solved in one quick. So I think that's a good way to end. And with that, I will thank you for watching, hanging out, and,
Breaking the law in order to uphold the law with me. By wrongfully playing lawyer, but we did the good thing, so it's fine. The judge was in on it, so it's not our fault. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. I guess probably tomorrow. For probably this again. Whereas we go into the second case of the second game. Isn't that amazing? So, until we meet again, I say it's Kage-sama. Bye-bye.